Alright, hello, greetings everyone, welcome in. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and I spotted that somehow my countdown timer broke in the middle of the countdown, so here we are! So, hello Bread, welcome in, hello Keith Manta, hello. Hope you guys are doing well, hope you had a good weekend. Hi. I hope that Monday has treated you kindly so far as well. If it's still the beginnings of your Monday, then I hope that it will be a productive one. Or, wait, it shouldn't be still the beginning of Monday anywhere on the planet. If it's the beginning of Tuesday, I hope you're having a good Tuesday so far. But anyway, that's besides the point. Time zone madness, yay, our favorite thing. It is indeed, in my part of the world, still Monday. And it is productivity day as we go through some of work for the week, because why art is the day job here, woohoo! And we've got a lot in the queue to handle, and I am looking forward to being productive, and I hope you guys can be productive with me, whatever it is that you guys are up to. So let us sharpen our proverbial pencils and get ready to dive in, shall we? To open up, I think I'm going to make this standard. I'm going to talk about the week's schedule early on in stream on Monday, because otherwise it's going to be a pain. Let me just make sure that it is in fact this week's schedule. There we go. So today is full productivity day. Tomorrow we're going to start the stream off with a little bit of epistory. I do not want to keep that going for more than an hour, ideally, depending on when a boss fight lands. We are pretty close to the end if I had to guesstimate, but based on the progress on the level up bars anyway. On Epistory, so we might get to the end of that fairly soon, actually. Before still continuing with more commissions. Then Wednesday, Skyrim, same deal. We're going to also try and not go for longer than 2 hours on that. Also, once again, depending on a boss fight, and hopefully I won't be overburdened again. That was a pain in the butt last time, but anyway, moving along swiftly. And then Thursday, depending on how far we get in everything this week, we will see if we're going to have enough space timeline-wise to do something a little bit more self-indulgent again, or if we're going to continue with the commission grind. It's going to be one of the two. Or if the brain is just completely burnt out, we might do something else. We'll see. But for now, I'm keeping options open for Thursday. And that is what is on the cards for this week coming. The overburden in Skyrim is eternal. This is true. This is true. This is so true. Like, I think in my previous attempts at playing Skyrim, I probably spent more time overburdened and unable to go anywhere than actually doing anything. I think that's probably also one of the reasons why it was easy for me to kind of stop playing for long spans of time at a time. Whoop though. But any which way. Hopefully this time we will not fight that too desperately badly. And on the cards for today, we are going to be continuing with animation on Professor Callahan's Stinger animation, and we're also going to begin with a couple of iterations for a character design for Apollyon Live. So we're going to be doing that as well. I remember making gear with carry weight enchants just for when I kept on being overloaded. I'm honestly not far away from leveling my enchanting skill just for that either, honestly. I just need to actually remember to fill up my soul gems. I need to just remember to actually fill up my soul gems so that I can practice. But yeah, that is later's problem. That is Wednesday's problem, right? Right? So yes, we've got a lot on the cards for us today. That's a mood. Yeah. And I'm just keeping an eye on my VGen chat with Apollyon as well, because I did ask a question which I do think is a little bit pertinent. But I'll probably be able to at least put in some basic stuff before I get to the point where that's going to be absolutely critical information. So I think we're going to start off with that for a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Right. So then, let us dive right in. So I'm going to start with Apollyon stuff for today, and then we will, once we get to a point of resistance, I suppose we can call it that, I will dive back into Professor Callahan's stuff as well. Because this is also iteration work, it's basically going to be coming up with 3 as varying designs as possible within the brief, out of which we're going to be able to slice an actual character design. And basically it's going to just be rough work for now, but it's fine. I just want to triply check here. The bold note was... Wait. Let me open this tab, please, and thank you. You know what? There we go. When the mouse does not mouse like how you want the mouse to mouse, it is very unfortunate. Tall, lean, bold. Okay. Okay, so that's what we're going to start with. We're going to start with just putting together a mannequin. That's what we're going to start with, is putting together a mannequin that we can work with. And I'm going to just zoom in a little bit. Too much, but it's fine. Just put in some basic landmarks here. Kneecap is going to be around there. Make it smaller still, so that I've got actual space on the canvas to do stuff with. I like building my own mannequins in the sketch, rather than using a 3D posing doll for this stage. Just so that I've got a little bit more control over proportionality and so on. And can employ a little bit more dynamic. Now, there's also the typical pose that I'm using here with this aft arm backward a little bit, or held outward a little bit, which just kind of shows what's happening on the underside of the arm, which is also kind of useful. That's just a normal thing for this concept stage because it just makes it easier to see what I'm actually doing. Okay, that should roughly give us an idea. Hands are a bit big, proportionally speaking. Okay, let me get rid of that line because it's annoying me. Okay, reduce that. Let's put a layer over the top here. Now I'm going to be covering all of this up, but having the mannequin in some form of completion is useful. By the way, the way you draw your mannequin arms is really nice. My arms usually turn out bulky muscular without the actual muscle definition. Thank you very, very much. I have a habit of adding muscle detail as well, usually. Especially now at the stage where I'm at currently. Because it is very, very satisfying to do. Not gonna lie, it's just satisfying to draw the anatomy once you know it. And have it in your visual library. But I think that's one of the things that comes with a little bit of practice as well, is once you've learnt what the landmarks are, one of the next steps is learning, okay, how can we make it more subtle? And that sometimes is a challenge as well. But we do what we can. Especially when one starts practicing multiple body shapes. And learning, okay, how do the same structures translate within different silhouettes. Now here the bottom of the pectoral would be approximately there. Now I'm going to draw over most of this anyway, so I don't need to be too pedantic from this point on. I'm basically just giving myself a clean base sketch. Because this character is based off of the mood board I got, is going to be pretty modestly dressed. So I don't need to worry too much about adding surface level anatomical details, really. I just need to make sure that all my landmarks are in the right places. Like that. Okay, that gives us a rough idea. Cool, cool, cool. Now, this is gonna be M1, duplicate, duplicate, M2 and M3. Now I'm giving these mannequins different heads so that we can iterate on facial shapes, because we haven't really got a lot of detail on that. So we've got quite a bit, well, we haven't got detail on that in the mood board. What we've got is we've got the description of male age 20 to 25. So needs to be somewhat young looking, but there's a lot of ways that you can look somewhat young looking. So we're going to go with a couple of variations in terms of placements of facial landmarks and facial shapes and all of that. So let's start with a nose. I think I very, very nearly hit the microphone with my head there. Let me just move that a little bit further that way. There we go. I'm going to be moving my microphone a little bit throughout the day, depending on where I am. So if you hear sudden creaks and groans and whatever, that's probably moving the microphone on, because I do not presently have a shock mount for my microphone. The creaks and groans are part of the process. Got it. Yeah. It's either creak and groan or thwack. One of the two. Or thwack and then creak and groan. Because, whoops. One thing that did happen though, is that I moved the monitor that's got my chat on it from the starboard side of my desk to the port side of my desk. So now it's actually on the same side of my desk as my microphone, so finally when I'm reading chat it shouldn't sound like I'm all of a sudden in the other room. Because I listened to that and in one of my VODs and was absolutely disgusted that that's what it sounded like. Whoopsie. So hopefully it'll be a bit better on that front. Now, there are indeed still even ears. Okay. So I'm going for very straightforward facial features on this one. I'm going to make sure that next version has a couple of variations in terms of shapes so that choices can be made accordingly. And I'm actually just going to put these as straight pupils. I'm not going to try and do those with the outline pupils. Okay, and I'm still going to do hair style design at the same time on this because we're here. Now the general idea is should be spiky and messy. Spiky and messy, okay. So let's start by filling in some basic forms. This is very, very, very basic right now. Ugh. Not happy with this shape at all. Let's give it something a little bit more interesting, yeah? Psy Prime, hello! Declarations! Greeting has Harrier Citadel. Query, how has your day been? My day has been short so far, actually. It has been short so far. I did a bunch of domestic work earlier, dishes, laundry, that usual madness, general household maintenance stuffs. Had soup sandwiches for supper. You know, just wild times, really. But otherwise it's been good. It's been good. So we've just gotten started with some of the work for the day, and we're being productive so far. And I'm still hating this hairstyle in its entirety. Let me redo it. I'm hating this hairstyle in its entirety. I would not feel comfortable offering this to anyone as an option. We try this again. You know what? Just grab everything from here and get rid of it because it's you. Yeah, that domestic stuff sucks. Source, I'm using this to motivate mine to get mine done. Oh, joy. Yeah. General household maintenance, the ongoing struggle. The ongoing struggle of existence. Ack, there I hit the microphone again. Yeah, adulting, who wants to do that? And it has to be done, weekly screams internally. Yes, yes. Externally. Yes. The madness of having to do this every week, and it never ends. It never ends, it never ends, it never ends. I still haven't gotten around to continuing ripping out carpets. Still. It's on my game plan for somewhere between my first and second sleeps within the course of this week is to try and rip out another patch of carpet on a stair. Or 3. Because we're trying to get rid of all of the carpets in my house. Because they're all like 40 or 50 years old and stinky, and I don't like it. Nope. That's also not cool. For some reason, Red Tornado came to mind today, hence the greeting. He's a DC superhero who is an android and faces his sentences with declaration, query, etc. I see, I see, I see. Yeah, the big comic book names never really formed a formative part of my upbringing, so I'm actually ridiculously out of the loop with them. Like, anything Marvel or DC is like ridiculously expensive to bring into my country. So it's like, yeah, no. You just kind of do without it. Well, historically that has been the case. That looks a bit better. That looks a bit better. And I'm going to add a note. Line here. I don't expect the reference to be got. Red Tornado is a bit obscure, just me being random. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. And I guess having an excuse to give random trivia. You know, that's also fair. That's also fair. But you know what's also fair? Hydration. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. I want this one to be... let's make this size 18. Okay. Be omitted for initial because the character is intended to have a beanie at the end. But I hate how that reads. Let me just redo this. With slightly neater handwriting. And maybe slightly thinner handwriting. Let's go 15. Zany! Hello, hello! Welcome in! How are you doing? And now, what we can do is we can make sure that this does not actually match up. Not happy with that, actually. Not happy with that combination. Let's try another combination here. I do want to keep a version with the droopier eyes, though. Well, it's not the most outrageous stuff, so I just figured it was tasty. You know what? Fair, fair, fair. I'm pretty sure you, of all people, have heard some outrageous things. Just so that everyone is aware, it was potato soup. It was potato soup. That's also not looking right. Ooh, love a good potato soup. Yeah. I made it for the first time this year, and now it's become like a staple. Well, in this last 12-month period, and now it's kind of become a staple in my household. Found a nice supplier of good cheap potatoes as well, so... It's now possible. Okay, this is already looking like a distinctly different person from the previous time. Which is what we want, is to have distinctly different looking people. So that we've got all of the options within our range of provided information to choose a design. Bread talking about our strangest things to consume when he's the guy who's eaten a plain untoasted pocket bagel. Yeah. Nah. I think bread and outrageous are just so commonly in the same sentence that it's kind of like... Okay, this is totally within the realm of normalcy for bread, so... Hey, I won that pocket bagel. It was the only one with something to rage eat. You know what? That is fair. That is fair. Okay, now let's try something slightly different in terms of our spikiness. The most out-of-pocket bagel I've ever heard of. Okay, we're getting there. In the end, this hair is destined to be black, but having a good base haircut is also worth a lot. Okay, so version 1, version 2, let's do version 3. Something a little bit more like this. Sorry. Back. More forward. what? I'm going to throw in a wild card here. With the ears. I'm pretty sure this one's going to get thrown out on the ears, but I'm going to throw it in anyway, because why not? Give the option. Either which way. Right? And I just want to check. Not yet seen, okay. It's okay, it's okay. Let's do this one on a center part, I think. Let's see. Something like that. Looks a little wild in its own way. So we've got the safe option and two fairly varying ones. Okay. So now we take these and bump them up. so that there's enough space between them to be able to iterate with. Okay. Lock those opacities down. And now we begin with our clothes layers. So the things that are going to be standards are that we've got a t-shirt on. So first things first, let's look at necklines on that. So we can either do, let's do the safest option on this, which is going to be the tight round neck. And then a V-neck. And over here, let's do a looser V-neck. Let's make this one tighter, so let's pull this up a little. Wait, that ain't it. Something like that. Okay, now we have a zip open hoodie. That's going to be on all of these. So first things first, let's get that line in place. And we know that we want a fur lining on the collar. So on this one, let's start with building some fluff. Like that. There we go. Actually, I'm gonna remove this. I want to give this a little bit more space. Something like that. Okay. Now, in terms of how this hoodie is actually assembled, we've got a lot of free reign. So let's start with applying the zipper tracks. Okay. I don't know if it's the same or different on men's and female zippers, but is it? Is it? The zip toggle lives on the left-hand side, right? For men's zippers, it lives on the left-hand side. Am I being stupid, or is that accurate? Because I know that when you've got button-up shirts, it's opposite sides for men's and women's. But I'm not sure if the same thing applies to zippers. To the gents in chat, I'm relying on you to find the answer for me, please. On your nearest article of zip-up clothing, is the toggle on the left or the right-hand side? Right-hand side? Okay. Now, this is when you are putting it on yourself. Is it on your right-hand side when you put it on? In other words, starboard side. Why can't people just use port and starboard, because left and right are such weird things. Yeah, starboard side. Okay. Huh. Now I want to check something. Hold on. Okay, maybe it's a southern hemisphere thing, but all of my zip toggles, even the ones on jackets that are actually men's hand-me-down jackets, all of them, the zips are on the port side. It's very strange. Also, did I just go through several shirts in my closet to check this because I never knew this? Yes. That's fair, because I just did exactly the same thing and we had exactly the opposite response, which tells me it might just be a northern and southern hemisphere thing. Interesting. I am going to put this toggle on the starboard side. I'm going to put this toggle on the starboard side. And I'm going to tuck this shirt in. And that is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and let's take a sip. It seriously might be a northern or southern hemisphere thing. Due to collective confusion, you could probably alternate the toggle port and starboard every time and no one would notice. This is true. This is true. Like, unless you put such a significant design detail on the toggle, that it is actively relevant, chances are no one would notice if it were on the wrong side. In all likelihood. Now, I missed something here. You know what I missed? Is that he's supposed to have shackles around his wrists. There's probably law related to that. The toggle is something that blends into the foreground. It's in front of your face, often you never notice. Oh! I do not... I'm not going to question why your position would be such that a zip toggle would be in front of your face so frequently, Bread. I'm not going to question this. Please do not answer that non-inquiry. That it would be in the foreground. Why would it be in front of your face? Don't answer that. It's cold up here in the winter and it's cozy to sit around in a fully zipped up sweatshirt. You know what? Fair, fair, fair. But still, how would it be so in front of your face that it would be literally in your line of sight? Like, I can understand it being like in front of your mouth or your nose maybe, but I'm still... You must have some really big hoods or very big collars in order to be able to pull it up in such a way that it would be in your line of sight. More of a turn of phrase, you interact with zip yourself and you never stop to look at them. Ah, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair. That makes more sense, honestly. Okay. That will do. Okay. That is hoodie option number 1 sorted. Okay. Hoodie option number 2. Also needs to be open, because that's part of the design brief, is that the hoodie needs to be open. I'm going to make it much wider. On the collar and less high. And this one, I'm going to have the shoulders hang off a little bit, because this one will actually have shoulder seams. Breast pockets, because those are immensely useful, versatile things. Let's do shackles again. Very quickly, put those in place. Okay, now here what I want to do is I want to have a different sort of a cuff on the jacket. Because this one is supposed to be fairly oversized by the slant of the shoulder here. So let's have that as a wrap-up. Something like that. Clear those wrong lines. There we go. I'm going to pull this one further down because I also want to give that sense of being oversized. Let's pull the entire thing down in the length. Now this person is supposed to be 6'2", so finding a jacket that's this vastly oversized is probably going to be designed to be oversized for this height of person. Or it's just designed to have maxi length. So let's roll with the maxi length thought process. Add cargo pockets. Thank you! Coffee! Greatly, greatly appreciated. Okay. Alright, that works. That already looks vastly different. Okay. All still within the boundaries of the same brief. Okay, let's do this one with the shirt hanging out, but also still relatively form-fitting. Okay, now on this last one, let's see. I'm getting scarily good at roughing these in. Okay. It's amazing what drawing the same thing multiple times in a row does for your speed, huh? Man, that's a nice jacket. Kinda want to push this guy over and steal the second jacket, all because of this oversized son, the 6'2" in tall fit. Yeah! A nice huge jacket is worth so much. That coming from someone who hates sleeves, like hates wearing sleeves, that says plenty. But yeah, a nice huge jacket is worth so much. And to have something especially that's got a slightly longer cut as well, nowadays especially with fabric economy, it is so hard to find. And having enough pockets. Like a good cargo jacket, man. Worth gold. I've even looked at some really fancy places, but you just can't find a long coat anymore. Yeah, no. It's horrible, but at this point in time, there is value in everyone learning cosplay just so that you can make your own clothing. Like, and be good at pattern drafting and everything on your own, because trying to find the clothing that you want to wear in places is basically impossible. So if you don't want to commission a specific article of clothing from a tailor, you need to be able to draft and make it yourself, and that's actually a kind of pathetic state of the economy, by my reckoning. It's like, bruh, is nice clothes just that hard of a checkbox to meet? And I mean, historically, there was a time where people just made their own clothing. And then specialists started popping up. So as far as the average person goes, it is a little bit of a lost skill. But it's such a necessary one, honestly. And there's a market for a huge warm coat where I'm at. You know what? I can believe you. I mean, the majority of the Northern Hemisphere is within the 40 to, 80 degree latitude lines, if I had to guesstimate, roughly. Like, most of the Northern Hemisphere civilization is in that span of latitudes, which is in the snowing region of the planet. And yeah, I can imagine it gets cold up there. I think what's the furthest? I want to see, what is the latitude here? This is... yeah. Cape Horn, for example. "53" is the most southern point of America, is 53.8 degrees. Majority of residential North America and Europe. Let's go with okay, can't see this here. Huh. Let me just open Google Earth here because I'm curious now. I'm curious now. I'm on the west side of the Great Lakes, so we get all the wind and weather, but none of the snow or humidity. Ooh. I've woken up to minus 24 degrees Fahrenheit as a normal winter temperature before. Oosh. Ish. Okay, Arctic Circle starts at 60-something degrees north. Between 66.5 degrees north is Arctic Circle. But yeah, the majority of the Northern Hemisphere's population is between the 30-degree and 60-degree latitudes, which means you guys are in cold spaces. Humidity withstanding. Ish. That's it. It can't be fun. It can't be fun. Anyway, that was my little geographical detour for the day. Whoopsie. Let's not waste you guys' time. The local term, a bit chilly. Just a wee bit. Little snappy. It's amazing what people can get used to because my body cannot handle heat. It's too used to cold weather. You know what? Fair. Fair. Like, it is absolutely true that acclimatization does exist. And you do get used to what your body gets used to what it's exposed to and learns to defend itself accordingly. Adaptation at a micro scale, really. Kinda wild. Meanwhile, at 25 degrees Celsius, if I'm sitting still, I start to turn blue. but I'm super, super, super comfy at like 28 to 30. Like 32 when I don't need to wear sleeves is like, oh, balmy. Glory. That and a wardrobe full of heavy clothes. Once I wiped out on a hill on a bike. I landed hard and messed up my palm and knee, but the shoulder and arm where I landed on my winter jacket, not even the jacket itself was messed up at all. Wow. Okay, that is a massive advantage. That's a massive advantage, not gonna lie. True to the advertisement, the jacket actually got tougher than a giant angry beast. Wow. That is quite the advertisement. Wow. Okay. So we've got basic, cargo, let's put that one under the double zipper. Okay, now let's think. What can we do with this one? This is also going to be basic. I'm not going to have that on there. Let's do something interesting, right? And that's a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Go from simple to interesting. Okay. Okay. Let's probably hit the save as button. That's maybe not a bad idea. Whoopsie. Copy those words, put those in the file name. Save. Calixia, are we live? Let me check if YouTube is functional. We ought to be live. Let me go. Copy that. Paste it in a new window. Let's see if something is broken. It is not in fact broken, so we are in fact live. Yay! But thank you for joining us, Calixia. How are you doing? I hope that it has been a good Monday for you so far. And that you are doing okay. No alerts, we live. Yes. Yeah, I have been struggling with my alerts a little bit. Things have been a little bit wild. Let me just check. I don't have... Let me just check here. StreamerBot. I don't think I've got any pop-ups on my StreamerBot for things like follows on such on YouTube, because I am multi-streaming to Twitch at the same time. And that's entirely on me because I've not yet had the time to actually rebuild everything 100%. Yeah, I've only got my commands for the hydrate. I should probably add that. I promise I will have that before the next stream, which is tomorrow. Should we watch on YouTube or Twitch? Whichever you're comfy with. Honestly, that's why I put the link for both in my go live posts on my socials. But honestly, wherever you are comfy. If you like watching on YouTube, you've got no pressure to do so though. To do so on Twitch if you prefer watching on YouTube. What I will say though is that if something goes horribly wrong on the place where you're looking, try the other platform, because I did not know. I don't see the Twitch link anyway. Okay. I don't actually think I've got the Twitch link on my YouTube page because YouTube apparently does not like having links out on the lives. Yeah. But I can probably do this. Hold up, let me see. Copy. Let me check something, because now I'm doubting myself significantly. Let's go. Open link in tab. Yes, you had a question for me. Please, by all means. 6 more links. It is in fact not here. I need to fix that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Customize channel. Please, by all means, share your question. Add link. Paste URL. Switch. Okay, it should now be added to my channel page links. Publish. Joshua! Hello there, Mighty Gamer. Welcome in, Joshua. How are you doing? I saw some videos on this channel that said Twitch archive. Why do you do that if you restream? That happened when the YouTube link broke for whatever reason. And not the entire stream got captured. So sometimes that happens for unknown reasons. So in those cases, I repost the Twitch archive, which for some obscure reason was more stable. Or if it was, like last week, Monday, I did the stupid and forgot to hit the go live button on YouTube, and I'm still upset about that. So that one had to be on a Twitch archive. So it's mostly for when things break. It's mostly for when things break. And it's also some of the older stuff as well. It's basically just security. I'm doing good, just working on some stuff. Hey, we are all for productivity here. Well done, well done. Lady, where are you from, by the way? You sound awesome. Thank you, thank you. I am South African. But my accent is a mess and is completely all over the show. So depending on all sorts of factors, my accent will range from everywhere between British, American, Australian, and somewhere in between. So it's sometimes I get a little bit of South Africanisms sneakily drifting their way inside. But yeah, I'm a cross between a fire hydrant and a size 9 tacky. As far as my accent goes, it's fun. Not having to pin it down and keep it consistent makes for some interesting things. My first guess was Welsh. I will take that as a compliment. I love the Welsh accent. I love it so much. I'd love to hear more of it. Welsh is actually on my wish list of languages that I wish I could learn. Just because it's such an old language and it sounds so cool. I can pronounce the 2 most difficult sounds in it because they exist in my country by normal means. Like, the Welsh CH and the Welsh double L are both sounds that I hear in my country literally all the time. So it's like not the hardest part of learning the language. The hardest part is always just memorizing vocabulary. Memorizing vocabulary is always just a nightmare. It's the thing that's taking me the longest with all of my language learning processes, really. But I'm getting there, slowly but certainly. A little bit at a time. I know the Welsh government is actually on a huge language preservation push at the moment, which is also kind of cool. Okay, I think we're just about there on these. You say processes as processes? yeah, like it sounds weird for me to say processes. Like, processes is like the and I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do this quickly because this is how what makes sense to my brain. So that sounds like processes. And that sounds like processes to me. Like, processes sounds like that in my head. And I'm just going to write that neater because that's the difference. Thank you so much for the follow! Greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the Twitch crew as well. Yay! But there's a great many words that I do not actually know how they are supposed to be pronounced. So I'm going to mess up a couple of times. Guaranteed. Because I've only ever seen the word in written format, never actually spoken aloud. Looks like only verified users can chat. Oh. Yeah, I think that's also that was one of my hate raid protections, unfortunately. Because while I've not yet suffered that, I put a lot of protections in my Twitch that I would not suffer that at this point. Because I do not have the energy to deal with that right this very moment. But yeah, it's just those unfortunate little things that at some point one needs to put in place. Because some people make things difficult and then the rest of us can't have nice things. Yeah, I so badly want to verify, but Twitch just won't send me a verification to my number for some reason. That is very, very weird. That is very, very weird. It might be if you... I'm speaking out of very poor memory, but it might be if you've not put in your country code or if you've got an extra digit at the beginning of your number in the place of a country code on your phone number. Like Google verification works, Twitter, everything else is perfectly fine, just Twitch with this issue. Yeah, that's definitely something that you need to email Twitch support about, I think, because that is not normal. That is definitely not normal. That's a support query for sure. Okay, save button. Okay, I'm happy with the jackets. The jacket options work. Now, the pants. We are intending to have... Let me just open up my reference again. What was that now? Okay, whatever. Now... very much techno-decorated pants. Okay. So first things first, let's look at a couple of silhouettes for these. And he's got just socks. Okay, so let's start with that. How long have you been a drawer? I have been drawing for as long as I could hold a pencil. So very, very, very many years now. I've been doing digital art for about... since... Okay, if I discount the period of time between when I was like 18 months and when I was... I think I was like 12 when I got my first graphics tablet. Maybe-ish, I can't remember. Yeah, I've been doing digital art for definitely 2 decades. Yeah, I've definitely been doing digital art for 2 decades. to varying degrees of quality. But I've been doing art for as long as I can remember. It's basically my default state of being is drawing stuff. If not drawing stuff, 3D modeling stuff, or otherwise crafting something or trying to make a thing. It's literally my default state of existence. It feels very, very, very weird and frustrating when I can't draw for extended periods of time for whatever reason. You know what? Something like that. Something like so. Okay, and then I sent Twitch support an email in December last year. To this day, there's still no response. I just checked. Oh no! Okay, you might need to open a fresh ticket. Because if it happened in December, that would have been in one of their high support traffic times. And it is likely that it might have gotten lost in the cracks. Did you send Twitch support an email direct, or did you use the support submission form on the website? That's the other side of the coin. What is this? Sometime indie company? You know what? I find that sometimes the bigger a company is, the easier it is for things to slip through the cracks. Submission? Yeah. Now, sometimes the bigger a company is, also the easier it is for some things to fall through the cracks. So, when in doubt, open a fresh ticket. How would you recommend someone get started drawing? Start by drawing the thing that you like the most. Don't think too hard about doing it well. Just draw the thing that you like the most. Then what you want to do is look at your pictures and start seeing, okay, what parts of the picture that I have done do I like? What did I do well on this picture? And don't be mean to yourself. Literally go and hunt the things that you did that you think, okay, that's not too bad actually. That's important, because that is your motivation boost to say, this is not terrible. And to this day, I do this myself. I'm my own worst critic, but it's important to do. Look at the things that you think were not terrible and say, cool, it's not terrible. Are we looking at reference for this thing that I like to draw? Look, references are always fantastic, because that tells you, okay, this is the details of what I'm trying to see, because you might not necessarily have all of those visual details memorized. But yeah, so references, everyone is going to use references. It's never cheating. But having information next to you to work off of is great. Whether you want to draw the thing by attempting to do it off of imagination, or doing a copy of the picture that you're seeing, that's up to you. A lot of people actually say, start with a copying, but always just make sure that you don't ever claim to have ever done everything from scratch yourself. If you're doing a copy study, you need to disclose that it was a copy if you're ever posting it anywhere. If it's just in your sketchbook for your own personal reference, then it doesn't matter. But if you're going to copy something, that's also great, because that helps you kind of build that information into your reference library. The main thing is, what you want to do is, after every drawing, you want to assess it, find what you liked, and then find what you think you could do better. Then pick the one thing. You pick the one thing that you liked in your drawing, or you pick the one thing that you want to do better, and the next drawing, you try and do that one a little bit better than the last time. What if we stream what we draw, like our journey into art? Then what I think the best thing you can do is try to follow freely available resources online. Like, try, for example, if you look at the tutorials of a guy by the name of Mark Crilly, he's got manga or anime style stuff, then you can, if you're following a tutorial in a stream, then you need to just make sure that you're linking the tutorial that you're doing in chat so that people can find it. But is it generally okay to show references on screen? Yes, it is. I have got, like, for example, I've got the mood board here that I'm working off of. I'm working off of a mood board here. It's just that I've got it off on another screen at the moment, just to save space on what I'm working with. Like, I'm also working on an animation, and this is the character's reference sheet for the animation. So I've got that on the side as well. It's just it's off of my screen at the moment, off of my main screen at the moment, so that we have space. Do we credit the references? Whenever possible, always give your credits. Every single time you have opportunity to give credits, use it. Because there's a lot of generated AI stuff which is messy. So if possible, try to use real material by real people, because it's less likely to have functional operable mistakes. And try to find the original author's posts if possible. So, like, if you are looking at a reference of a cosplayer, ask the cosplayer first for permission to use their photo as a study. For example, if you're drawing a photo, if you're drawing off of a cosplayer, maybe ask them permission to use that picture. If you're getting a photographer as well, ask permission. If you're using a photograph, ask permission from the photographer to use it for an art study on stream. And they'll either say yay or nay. If they say no, then you can't use it on stream. But at least you asked, and then you can credit accordingly. When possible, ask permission and credit. It always makes the other party feel like they're not getting the floor dragged out from underneath them, you know? Because we are living in an age where stuff kind of just gets stolen from us all the time. And it's nice to just get asked, hey, can we? At the very least, and then have our will on that front be respected. Because we are in an era where everything just gets stolen from us all the time. Aren't cosplayers and famous people usually more difficult to approach? It seems not as easy as just sending them a DM. You know what? Sometimes you don't have to even send a DM. You can just send it on a... If you see a post to say, hey, this was a picture, blah. And some of them are really, really chill. Like, I'm pretty sure a couple of them, if you say, hey, listen, can I use this picture for an art study? Most of them should actually kind of fangirl a little bit, or fanboy a little bit, if you ask them, hey, can I use this picture for a study? Most of them will. Because, let me be honest with you, the follower counts are not as scary as you think, okay? The majority of these people will honestly be pretty open to being used for reference stuff as long as it's not going to be, like, not safe for work art, you know? Maybe that's because you're a good artist and I'm not a beginner? No. That's literally goes for everyone. It goes for anyone. The fact that you're asking is great, and because you're asking to use the photo for a study, that tells the person that you are using this for learning purposes. And cosplayers, they started with sewing really trash or making really trash armor. Everyone has a starting point. Especially in the creative field, people are really, really, really forgiving for beginners. Okay? If you're worried that someone is of a temperament where they're going to look down on you for being a beginner, check out how they react to other beginners in their field. If they are someone who only ever talks to people who have big followings or who only ever have the highest build quality ever, then be a little bit skeptical. But if you've got someone who is always encouraging people to start, to try the new thing, to be bad at first, like the two people who come to mind for me are Leon Kiro, and is it? Yeah, and Kamui Cosplay. Those two. If you're going to get encouragement to start the thing, those are the two people who I'd say you're likely to get permission from, just because I know that they are people who encourage people to pick up and start. Pick up and start the dream. Start the dream. So, yeah. Like, if... I don't claim to know them personally, by any means, but, like, from what I've seen of how they interact with their audiences. Sorry for distracting you from your work, by the way. No stress. I'm thinking as I'm speaking. I'm trying to multitask. And decide on how exactly I'm going to design these pants without doing a one-to-one copy on those pants, because I do not want to plagiarize the design of those pants. Something similar, yes, but I don't want to plagiarize. I have a VTuber question for you too. Sure, shoot, by all means. Save button and hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Coffee is almost cold, so I'm gonna get rid of it. So this is the safe slimline option, which I actually think I'm gonna put on this one. Yeah, I'm gonna put this pair of pants on this guy. So I like to remain mostly anonymous when streaming. How would you avoid or answer questions involving like where you're from, what time it is there, and stuff which gives the viewer more information than you'd like them to have out there? Give them a nonsense answer. Like, if people ask you, oh no, undo. Give them a nonsense answer like, if they're asking you, okay, what time is it by you? Say a freckle past to hair. Whatever. Don't give them a straight answer. Or you can just straight up ignore them. And if they're being persistent, you can just say, none of your damn business. Frankly. Those are the two easy ways to handle it. My solution is law. For me, the canon location is I'm in Peoria, IL. I do not live in the state of Illinois. You see, even that is an answer. You can give a non-answer. Like, yeah, I do not live in Antarctica. And that's all I'm going to tell you. Ciao. There's lots of ways. If you've got character law, you can by all means use it, like Eldritch Braid here does. That non-answers and diverting answers are really good. Lie? No. There's a difference between lying and just saying none of your business. If you want to state a fact, you can say, because I'm going to use Antarctica as an example again, because I'm pretty sure that Antarctica has a permanent human population of 0. You can say, I do not live in Antarctica, and you're not lying, because you do not live in Antarctica. But where else you live, that is no one else's business. It's not a lie, but you're not giving them anything to work with. What if they catch on? Like I say, it's 8 AM here, and then later it's 10 PM, and I'd never be able to keep track of my lies. No. No, that's fair. When in doubt, be mindful of the time zone where you're in, because that is a major thing. Like, here's the thing, right? If you're in the United States, like, that is, on average, if you are awake at this time of day, in all likelihood, you are probably in the United States. If you are awake and active at this time of day on a social platform like YouTube or Twitch or whatever, you're most likely in the United States or maybe in Europe. It's going to be fairly late in the evening in Europe, right? I've been grinding my head over that for a while. No. It's all good. But here's the thing. One thing that you can do is set up the clock on your computer to have multiple time zones, right? So I'm just going to take a screenshot here quick. It'll let me. Okay. Create new from clipboard. Okay. And what you can do is you can set multiple time zones on your clock. I can't remember how I did this. It was a couple of weeks back. So on your computer clock, you can set multiple time zones so that you know what time it is in different places, right? I do this so that when I'm setting up my stream schedules or I'm trying to talk with someone regarding a collaboration or something, I kind of know when things are happening. Because these are the major time slices that people are going to be working with. When in doubt, try to use the UTC time zone, okay? That is also known as GMT, but specifically use UTC time zone for all of your communications, okay? This is the time zone that air traffic control uses for international communications, and it's also the time zone used by the GMDSS, which is the Global Maritime Distress Signal Service, for making sure that no matter where in the planet you are, everyone is using the same timestamp for everything. Okay? So whenever I'm talking to people, I talk in UTC. Okay? Because UTC time is not affected by daylight savings shifts, like GMT is. Because as soon as you are in daylight savings, you're going to have your time zone switching between multiple time zones, actually, as you go through the two different annual phases and all of that madness. But UTC is UTC is UTC, and it does not change. So if you are quoting your time in UTC, you are essentially speaking in zero time. So if you were to schedule something and promote it, you'd be like, catch me live at 12 p.m. UTC. Yeah, like literally. Let me just come over here to my scheduler graphic again. Literally, I've set up my schedule so that all of my times are in UTC here. You see the little time zone icon is in UTC. And that means I only have to list one time for all of the world to know what my start time on my stream is. It makes things convenient for me as well. It makes things really convenient for me as well. But it also means that it doesn't matter where in the world I might happen to be for whatever reason. If I list times in UTC, it's agnostic of where I happen to be. Which is kind of useful. And it means that no matter where in the world you are, if you know, okay, my time zone is UTC +9. I think that's Japan, Australia-ish. Then you know that whatever number that is, then you just say +9 hours. And it's like easy math. I'm in UTC -7. Okay, then it's that number -7 hours. Easy math. It's not like trying to think... agnostic mean? It means not... okay, let me just pull up the dictionary definition for agnostic. It means completely separate from. Agnostic. Do not give me... Okay. Not tied to anything specific. It's tied to not being not tied to anything specific. Yeah. Anyone ever tell you're really good at explaining stuff? You're so articulate. No, I'm glad. I kind of spent some time teaching for a living, so that is yay. I'm glad if I am still okay at explaining stuff. Yay! Hello, Krazik. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah. So, like, a lot of people, when they're thinking of agnostic, they're referring to religious context, in which case it's referring to not believing in any specific God. That's what that means in that context. But it also refers to not being tied to anything specific in general. So when something is, like in business, if something is supplier agnostic, it means that you do not need to have the same supplier for whatever widget that you need to produce the thing that you're trying to sell. Let's do these ones baggier. I feel like these ones need to be baggier. I've just realized the last half hour I've been spamming your YouTube chat. No, it's all good. It's all good. Manacles tend to very agnostic devices. Yeah, manacle. I just want to make sure that I'm... Yeah. Yes, this person has definitely got manacles on their being. Did you make this model yourself? Yes, I did. I did indeed. I have a VTubing budget of $0. So I literally had to make all of my assets from scratch. I got the animation that you see in the background behind me as a gift from a friend. He purchased a copy of a globally available background that I am able to use now. She also designed my character as well. Yes, I did indeed. What application is it on? So I'm using OBS for my streaming. My character is built in Clip Studio Paint and Live 2D, and I'm running it in VTube Studio via VBridger for the detailed mouth shapes. So yes, about half of my computer's processing power is going into running my model at the moment, and my streaming processor. At the moment, that is the output madness that I'm fighting with. This is not a 3D model? No, it's not. It's all 2D. It's all 2D. So it's just a really, really, really fancy paper doll. I'm working on a 3D. But I am still learning a lot of the processes, so until I've got that... until I've got that done, no, this is 2D. This is 2D. Surprise! Yes. That's insane. This is about the 4th or 5th model that I've built. I know I counted before, but I lost track. I'm not going to bother counting again right now. No, it's the 4th model I built for myself over the last 3 years. Yeah. Over the last 3 years of VTubing, it's the 4th model I've built for myself. It's kind of wild. It's the 5th model I've built in general, but I've also scrapped like 3. And I've also got one in progress, which is going to be a general for sale to to anyone who wants it. It's not going to be an exclusive. Welcome to the world of VTubing. Yeah, we have some wild stuff going on. So we've got basically 3 silhouettes of pants that I'm working with here. That'll give us some flexibility to work with. Okay. And now we can decorate to our heart's content. And I want to finish my coffee because it's now probably already ice cold. It's lukewarm, but there's still a couple of swallows left, so before it's time for the newest hydrate, I'm going to try and finish my coffee. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Unrelated, but I have a question. By all means. By all means. Save button. Time check. We've been streaming for 2.5 hours. Just about. Okay. Let me see if I've gotten a response back from a client on question. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Has he seen the question? Refresh the page. What's your opinion of me as a chatter thus far? I would say general new face and curious mind. I would say that's the impression you're giving me. You've been rather respectful, and you've been asking a lot of questions, which is completely normal for a new chatter. But I wouldn't say a normie. A normie would be asking more basic questions about where's your face? What's with this weird anime character that you've got on screen? What is wrong with you? that would be normie questions. You have been, well, that would be mean normie questions. You have been the typical new viewer who is just curious about me, what I do, and what we're looking at on stream here. I would not say that it's... I'm not getting vibes of weirdness at this point, if I can phrase it that way, you know? But yeah, like Krahazik says, inquisitive. A curious mind. I'm definitely a curious chatter as well, as I'm new to your channel. I feel like most new viewers aren't very chatty. Takes notes in case I have to disguise a normie. Yeah, no. Brad, if you need to disguise yourself as a normie, you're going to need to work very hard. Because you've got a level of weird that's very difficult to hide, I think. And yes, that is a compliment. I feel like most new viewers aren't very chatty. Yeah, we are new viewers generally. Very much sneak in and lurk. Like, a couple of the more extroverted people will come in greet, ask all of the questions. And you know what? That's fine. But it's not everyone who's new. So, for those of you who are new and who are lurking, don't worry, I'm not going to ever expect you to climb out of your shells and make huge self-introductions and all of that madness. If you're not comfy making your presence known, I am not going to call you out. Okay, that's also one of the reasons why I don't actually, while stream is live, check what my numbers are, aside from the fact that there's not enough real estate on my screen to be able to see that information. I'm not interested in knowing how many people are lurking at the time. Because I know that some of you are lurking because you're not comfy being called out for it. And you know what? If you're here and you're vibing, we're all happy, right? So, it is, from a streamer's perspective, sometimes a little tricky when chat is quiet, to come up with stuff to fill the air. But at the same time, I'm not ever comfortable with the idea of making people who are lurking feel bad about the fact that they're not talking. I think I usually find myself engaging with whatever's going on screen usually. Yeah, no, and that makes for fun conversation. I mean, if a conversational viewer does make a streamer's job very easy. One must just be careful when you're a conversational viewer, and this is not targeted specifically at you, but it's just something that I'm saying to the ether, is that when one is a conversational viewer, one needs to make sure that you're not taking over the stream, because I have seen that a couple of times as well. When I'm not working, I'm usually involved in like 3 to 6 things at once, which can limit engagement. Yeah, no. I mean, that's also totally valid. Totally valid. I mean, goodness alone knows. When I get the very, very rare chance to sit and watch a stream myself, I'm usually busy with 3 other things at the same time. So I'm not in chat. Like, I will sneak in, deliver cookies, and then say nothing for another half an hour or 3 hours. Depending on how long the person is live for. Most of the time I'm ending up watching a VOD because the people whose VODs I'm catching stream at like 4 in the morning in my time zone, so it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna be awake for that. So then I end up watching them at times 2 speed anyway. But yeah, whoopsie. Like, where would you say is the line in that? Like, what happens on that takeover occurrence? Like, a takeover occurrence would be when the chatter is completely ignoring everything that's happening on screen and just throwing random words at the streamer and kind of being obnoxious and not reading the room. I'm using my brother's account, so I find it somewhat weird or bad when I type comments using his account. I see. Yeah, look. When possible, get your own account, okay? When possible, get your own account, because sooner or later, what you say on the internet is going to be accreditable to whatever account you are using, and I'm not going to make any assumptions regarding the usage of the Keith Manta name. But for a content creator, my relationship with the person whose name I'm seeing on the screen is I'm seeing Keith Manta. So I'm not knowing that Keith Manta's brother is the person using the account. Or sibling is the person using the account, because its brother is Keith Manta is the brother of the person who's currently typing. Unless if you had never said that you're using my brother's account, I would never know that I was not speaking to Keith Manta himself. I would assume that I was speaking to the person whose name I'm seeing. And that goes with all online interactions. He gave me his tablet? I see. Yeah, you see, when there is a hardware handover, the hardware handover, fair. Imagine Keith Manta is just the YouTube account signed in on the smart TV on the living room. Yeah, that Yeah. That's why my household has its own YouTube account. What? So, regardless of the rest of our activity, the TV YouTube account is the TV YouTube account. And its YouTube history is chaotic. Because whenever we have a night where we're all sitting in the lounge chilling, scrolling through YouTube and watching stuff, it's everything from languages to music to boats to whatever. So it's like, that's a super chaotic feed. But yeah, when there's a hardware handover, usually the best thing to do is to sign out of the accounts that were there and sign into your own personal accounts on the new hardware, unless it's a temporary handover of the hardware. If it's a temporary handover of the hardware, then you can have your own stuff signed in parallel and just make sure that you're using the right account. Otherwise, try to, if it was a permanent handover, then you'd probably want to make sure that you're using your own accounts to sign in. Because it also means that there is some degree of online protection and separation from accounts and account holding madness. Because I'm not saying that it is going to happen, but the possibility is something that exists, that an account might get compromised. And if you are sharing the same account between yourself and your brother and all of your stuff, it is a little bit of a security risk. So that everything that is linked to those accounts, if you are browsing in places that may be a little bit dodgy, not saying you do, but it's a possibility that an ad might redirect you without you wanting it to, and then things go crazy from there. Because that is also not the most weird thing to have ever happened on the face of the planet. Just blah. General cybersecurity. Try and make sure that you're not all using the same account, so that if one is compromised, you're not all compromised. My living room TV account is my other brother account, so whenever he's watching at home, it's also on our TV. Very chaotic, like you said. Yeah. No, definitely try and set it up. Google accounts are free. There's no harm in setting up a account that is specific to a person and an account that is specific to the household in general. Because that way you've got that additional level of separation again. I'm still deciding what I'm going to do with these, because I'm not happy with a lot of my ideas so far, so... I have 3 Google accounts, a main, a gaming, and a business. Like, I have an account that I use for anything that might require, or that might send me a marketing email. Like, anything that is tied to a shop uses one Gmail account. Anything that is tied to a login account is in a different email. That way I keep my spam emails separated from my VTuber emails. When I'm on the internet and I'm uncertain about a website, I just go in incognito. Yeah, that does help a little bit. If you've got a VPN, that also helps a little bit. But yeah, just general good practice, kids. Try and avoid dodgy websites. Especially reading websites who use incognito. Yeah. Yeah, especially those ones that have a quote-unquote totally legal sources, right? We don't talk about those here. Because piracy is bad. For the people who actually make the stuff. But anyway, that's besides the point. Let's move along swiftly. Yeah. I am not the best person to talk to regarding cybersecurity defenses and stuff, because I'm not as knowledgeable about it as I ought to be. I sometimes feel. But I do know that there are a couple of people around who are really, really clever on that. What do we call you, by the way? My name is Harrier Citadel. You can call me either Harrier or Rhea, whatever floats your boat. I'm an avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. That is the vibe. That is the vibe. And we've got another hydrate. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. And sentinel. So basically, my job is to stand guard and patrol. That is my job description as a VTuber. And all of this is just what I do when I'm not on guard duty and not on patrol duty. Avian, aka bird, yeah. Let me just throw those on. Ta-da! Yeah. Is that inspired from something? Yeah, I really wanted wings and I really wanted mecha. And as for the sentinel stuff, that's basically just, that's lore. It's lore. This is my civilian outfit, really. But yeah. Yeah. The wing behavior is actually controlled by my facial movements. So whenever my eyebrows raise, my wings open up a little, like this. And in terms of forward and backward movement, I've actually disabled that. It used to be attached to my lean. Lore because world building is fun, yes. What do you think of Harry? It sounds a little bit like a guy's name, honestly. The ones with the weird pop-up ads are very traumatizing, so I limited my reading. Yeah, weird pop-up ads are not fun, so just, we don't go talk about those websites. We don't talk about those places. We don't go to those places anymore. One weird pop-up too many, and it's like, nope, nope, I'm out, bailing. The comic is not worth this. I read a lot of webtoons, but now I just read on like 2 platforms, and both of them are official licensed platforms. I will deal with the wait until free and the daily pass. I will live with it. I read a lot of webcomics. Yeah. I recently did a culling of the comics I'm reading. Because I had been getting a little bit bored of some of them. So I went through my list and I looked at, okay, yeah, this one, the storytelling is a little bit mid here. I'm not particularly fond of how many yandere characters there are, etc., etc., bloody fish paste, all of that jazz. Culled a bunch of them. It's like some of them you get like 40 or 50 chapters in and it's great, and then all of a sudden they do something, it's like, ugh. Why did you do that? Why is this character now recurring? It was okay until she went yandere. Why? No, let's go. No. And then it just snowballs into horror from there. And then it's like, nope. Disinvested. I had to start a website to keep track of updates as the list grew. Wow. I used to read webtoons, but my dog showed my phone and I don't remember my password and I don't want to make another account. You should be able to, if you remember the email that you used to sign into your webtoon account, you should be able to do a password recovery. You should be able to do a password recovery. So you'll be able to set a new password, write it down in a little book that stays somewhere safe. Yeah, when the list got to over 20 ongoing comics. Only 20. Yeah, okay, when the list got to over 20, yeah. Now, I think I've currently got like... I think I've currently got about 50 ongoing comics that I'm following. With varying update schedules, yeah. Is this your usual streaming time, like starting about 2 hours ago? Yeah. So all of my streams start about the same time of the day. Like, unless something really weird happens, it always starts at the same time. And my average stream duration is anywhere between 3 and 6 hours long. We stream daily. Mondays through Thursdays, we stream, yeah. Some update once a week, some 2 or 3 times a week, and a couple that are sporadic updates. Oof. Is it only art content or also games and stuff? It's mostly art. It's mostly art because it's my day job. And then every now and again, I do art and game stream parallel. So I'll do, not parallel, but like one after the other. So, like, for example, tomorrow I'm playing a little bit of Epistory for till approximately this time. And then I'm switching over to art tomorrow. That's going to be the game plan. And then the day after that, I'm playing a little bit of Skyrim before switching over to art. Yeah. There was a time in my life where I knew what day of the week it was according to what Webtoons updated on that day. Alright, Rhea, it was nice meeting you and hanging out. Thanks for indulging all my dumb questions, but I gotta go get some work done. Hope to see you guys again sometime. Ciao, ciao! Okay, Calixia, thank you so much for dropping by. It was really nice meeting you. I hope to see you around again in future. Good luck with all of the things you gotta do. Rest well when you get to it, and I will see you next time. Just call me Kelly or something? Okay, we'll get there, we'll get there. I just liked using your full name when greeting farewell for the day because... why not, right? I'm gonna put these up here. Because why not? That's the biggest issue. I don't remember my password because it was the one I opened on my phone. My parents tried to get me to make another, but the email is the only connection I have with other people. Okay, but have you still got access to that email? That's the question. Let me see if I can get this in a little bit more of a complete state. Um... It was also very difficult as most of my webcomics I follow have their own sites. Oh, I see. No, that's why my parents call me stubborn for not making another account. Ooh. Can you remember what the old email addresses... what the address was? Can you remember what the old email address was? And do you know if there was a recovery email set for it? I tend to avoid making new accounts as well, rather attached to my internet name. Yeah, there's that little detail as well, yeah. I'm gonna do this. No, this way. This way is gonna make more sense. If you run across my name someplace on the internet, it is 90% likely to be me. There! No, undo. I remember my email address, just not the password. Alright, don't tell me what the email address, but what platform was it with? Was it with a private platform, or was it with something like Gmail or Yahoo? You know what? I'm gonna cut this. I don't like this. This is not going to be the sort of thing where it's going to sit inside the cuff. That's why it's looking wrong. Gmail? Okay, then if you go to the Gmail login page, and you type in your email, you should be able to see something that says recover email somewhere on the login page. And you should be able to also do a password reset there. If you are lucky, you will have set up a recovery email when you were setting up your email address. I think it's kind of a requirement when you're setting up a Gmail account to enter a recovery email, which will be a security email that is usually belonging to another family member, whatever. That would be the account that would get a notification to say someone is trying to log into this account. Do you know this person? Is it in fact okay that someone is trying to log into this account? I think your best bet is going to be to try and do a password reset on your Gmail and then go from there. And then, for the love of all that is good, I really don't want to change emails, as that email is a photo of one of my puppies that passed from father. That is a totally valid reason. But no, try and do the login thing and see if you can get a password recovery on that email address from Gmail. You should be able to. Okay. Save button. So this one, we're going to operate slightly differently. This one can't be a cargo because it's a skinny, obviously. So what we're going to do with this one is we're going to focus on cross belts. And I think this one is going to have the typical lanyards. Yeah, the recovery email was my student account, but that's deactivated now. Oh no. Okay, let me check one thing. Because now... Okay, you can also reset your password without the recovery email as well. If you included your phone number in when you were doing your setup, you should be able to get it that way. If possible, try and do your attempt to log in from... Okay, it was on your phone, so you're probably not going to be able to use a similar device with that you've accessed it from it before. So if you've not got a computer that you had logged in at the same thing, you're going to have a hard time. But if you had your phone number linked, I think I'll try to do what you said when my student account is reactivated. Yeah, if you can get that student account reactivated, then definitely do that. Also try, if you, I don't know if you did, but if you included your phone number when you were setting up your account, try to authenticate with your phone number as well. If that also doesn't work, you should be able to answer a couple of security questions, which you will have probably set up when you were setting up your account as well. So whatever those questions might have been, very personal stuff that only you would know the answer to verify that the account does actually belong to you, you should be able to get into reset your password. And hopefully, you will be able to reaccess your accounts. Okay. Clear that. Clear that. Clear that. Clear that. No, but I do hope that you get some success in your recovery efforts. Because not having access sucks. I don't have a number. Oh no! Oh no, oh no. Then you might have to resort to answering security questions. But yeah. If you can get that student account reactivated, then that's going to be your best bet. And then what you want to do is either use a parent or your brother's email as your new recovery email. Change your recovery email to something that's a little bit more permanent. Alternatively, do make another email account that you use as a burner account for things like stuff that you might sign up to that might send you spam emails. That you use for nothing else except signing into things that might give you spam emails. And then use your proper email as the recovery email for that thing, and that thing as the recovery email for your proper email. This account was made when I was 13. No way my mother's giving me a phone number. Oh, yeah. And if you had not acquired a phone between then and now, then yeah, that is a thing. Because I know you can update that over time. But I'm not going to ask how much time has passed since then. And no, no one else is going to ask either. But yeah, I understand. I think I was 12 when my first email was set up too. Okay, that's something. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Okay. I never thought of a Google burner account. I think I'll do that while waiting to reactivate my student account. Yeah, like, a Google burner account is actually sometimes a very, 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 very useful thing. Like, it's always good to have one in the reserve anyway, just in case worst case scenario happens and your main account gets compromised as well. So that you've got something that you can quickly change all of the emails on the places you've got accounts on to the burner account for safety and security. There are lots of advantages to having the burner account, most of which have to do with cybersecurity. You know what, I'm going to make this buckle tabs, not eyelets, because it doesn't make sense for those to be eyelets. Or snaps. Snaps. Snaps is good. Okay. Okay, now we've got these mostly set up. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to separate these into their different parts. Cut, paste. Cut, paste. Okay. There we go. There we go, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Put a mask, put a mask. And then erase everything in that space. Okay, almost got it. There we go. Almost got it, almost got it. That's that one. Set. Okay. Last one. Okay. Merge down, apply, merge down, apply, merge down, apply. Okay, for our first pass, we are nearly there. Okay. There's got to be locks on here because why? There's no ways that this is going to stay closed if it hasn't got locks on it. Why? Because that's just how shackles work. Oh boy. I knew it. Okay. Cut. Paste. Cut. Paste. Merge down. Merge down. Cut. Paste. Merge down. Okay, slowly starting to get there on these. Cut. Paste. There we go. Now I just want to check something here. Hit the refresh button. No, still no response on that. Okay. I was hoping, but still no response on the question. Okay. So, we've almost got the shape portion of our iterations done. But we are not actually. Cancel. So now I'm just going to move this closer. Move this closer. Grab those. Bump that up like that. Okay, edit canvas size. There we go. Reset. Do not send to canvas. Yes, I don't care. Move that in there. Pull that down. Okay. Now, new layer. I tried Diet Coke the other day and thought it was pretty good. Thought it was going to be terrible. Oh. Yeah. The low sugar versions of stuff sometimes is okay. Sometimes. But it also, one needs to be careful about exactly what sweetener they put in it, because sometimes the sweetener that they use is actually more dangerous than the sugar. Okay, so this is going to be wing 1, duplicate, 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 move that up. I'm gonna now take these, move those to the top so that I've actually just got this in order of, this is gonna be wing shape, wing shape, wing shape. This is gonna be wing hole, and wing hole. Okay. So grab bottom 2, move like that. flat like that. Okay, grab those 3. Like that. Okay, so wings. First thing first, we're going to do same length as the upper arm. Let's do an anatomically viable wing. Okay. Undo, undo, undo. Okay. Let me just make these feather gaps a little bit smaller here. Okay, that works. I'll keep an eye on the types of sweeteners. Yeah, very good idea. Aspartame is the one to watch out for. Especially. That one is known to be a little bit dangerous. Okay, so that is up until that point. Now, this looks like it wants to be an elliptical wing. Almost. I'm gonna just give this one a little bit more space here so that I can put another one in between here. And this one is also begging for a little bit more space, so cut that and split this one in two. Okay. There we go. So, that's wing shape number 1. Almost. Almost. Okay, now it needs cover feathers. And I'm going to undo that, and I'm going to do that on a new layer so I can just cut everything that goes beneath that. And over here, cut all of that. I'm going to cut that as well because I'm going to probably hide most of it. Okay, and then over here we're also going to need the thumb feathers, which are going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. Okay, then over here, cut what's below. Flip back, merge. There we are. Okay. So that's wing shape number 1. Wing shape number 2 is going to start with We're going to assume the same starting position. I'm going to assume a generally longer profile though. Yep. Of course, because big sleeps. I have a few characters that have wings, but I never like drawing them. I understand that once I grasp the concept of how wings work and draw them in a style that works for me, I won't have an issue. Yeah, wings are one of those things. Wings are like hands. Wings are one of those things that once you've got the hang of drawing them, they're really, really fun. And one enjoys drawing them, but one needs to grasp the anatomy a little bit first. The first thing that one needs to grasp when it comes to wings is that, yes, they are built basically on the concept of how an arm works. So you'll see that I started by constructing with a shoulder, an elbow, and a wrist. And this time what I've done is I've actually made it a little bit more clear than on this first one. But basically blocking in the shape that you want the thing to be in. Now, I have a shorthand for when I want to draw wings quickly, where I actually omit the majority of the feathers. And I sort of half-used it here on the coverts a little bit, where I actually just give a little bit of a fluff at the elbow and the wrist to show, okay, there is actually texture there. But in between, we kept like straight lines. And the main thing is to have only so many groups of feathers as what are actually necessary. Because I've seen a bunch of people put like 4 or 5 layers of feathers stacked like quills. And while it may look very, very impressive, it's not how wings work. So the basic structure is to have your margin covers, which is what actually sits over the flesh of the arm. Then beneath that you've got your main quill feathers, which are the ones that actually carry the weight. And then you've got the ones that bridge the gap between the two. And there's only one layer of those usually. Sometimes 2, depending on the bird. And that's a hydrate. So everyone grab your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. The other thing to keep in mind with wings is that at the end of the day, all wings are an aerofoil in terms of how they are shaped. Why? Because you need to have fast air over the top and slow air at the bottom, right? So the same applies to a bird wing. So you'll have the mass of the arm, and you'll have the quill feather that actually does the majority of the work. Then you'll have the margin cover that goes over the arm. And then you'll have another feather in between, which is your in-between cover. This line over here, which helps to just pull out that shape. On the underside, you'll also have this in-between cover, because these ones that sit on the skin actually go around a little bit. But the in-between covers only go a little ways. So when we look at how the wing looks from the underside, the average wing will have elbow, will have the margin covers that show where the skin sits. And then on the underside, you'll have really, really, really short covers. And then you'll actually see your main flight feathers from there. The other thing to keep in mind is that the leading edge, or the side that the air comes from, is always higher when it comes to how your feathers are stacked than the trailing edge. So in top view, you're going to see that the leading edge, the front edge that catches the air, is always on top, and on the underside, you're always going to see the back edge of the feather. In a nutshell. Another thing that I noticed fairly recently as well is that when it comes to this group of feathers, especially these main flight feathers over here, is that from the elbow to the wrist, if we're looking at that section, like, just so that we can guess, blah, really stupid rough looking hand, we've basically got a bunch of quills sticking out, right? And what I noticed when I was looking at a bunch of pictures of birds recently is that the quills closest to the elbow start pointing a little bit towards the elbow. So these ones actually end up going, pointing backwards. And there aren't actually main flight feathers in that gap between the elbow and the shoulder. That's another interesting thing that I noticed. So what happens there is what we call tertial feathers. Tertial is how it's spelt, roughly. And those are basically just like bridging the gap. Because here you've got a little flappy of skin that kind of actually holds the wing elbow in place up against the body. And these basically just kind of bridge the gap, but it's actually non-weight bearing. Roughly. Now what I'm doing is I'm just roughing in another kind of wing altogether. So in terms of feather shape, I'm kind of keeping the same sort of anatomy going here. But I'm going for a very different kind of wing shape. So this one is much longer, and I've got a little bit of a split, which is a little bit more like a somewhere between a bird of a prey and a seabird. A seabird's wingtips would be generally more. A seabird's wingtips would generally be fairly closed in shape, while a soaring raptor will have a kind of a square shape, which is kind of weird, but anyway. Just gonna rough in coverts over here as well. Get rid of that one. Because once you've got the anatomy down, you can stylize and simplify as much as you want. Then how would you draw angel wings? Because when I see how many layers of feathers there are on the internet, it terrorizes me to think of drawing wings. That's mostly people who don't understand anatomy. It's mostly people who don't understand anatomy. They never studied actual birds. Like, this character is supposed to be an angelic character. I'm giving him actual anatomically accurate wings. To the best of my ability. Supposing he wants them to actually connect to his back. The way you're explaining it makes it less terrifying? Yay! I'm glad if I'm making it less terrifying. Yeah. I can't share any of the photos I have of birds that I've taken because they show information that is very much location specific. But I was very, very fortunate to get an opportunity to take some photos of some really big birds that were stretching their wings in my yard one time to sun themselves and kind of vent a little bit of heat. I think that's what they were doing at the time. And I got to see the feather structure from the underside of the wing in a wonderfully glorious way, because I could actually see the skin poking out between these two layers of the marginal covers and the in-between covers over here. And you could actually see the pink of the skin, which was a very interesting observation. So I'm just going to open up very quickly here. File open. I actually have an original character as well that I've been drawing for a really, really long time, and I just want to quickly hide something from old art with my old handle. If I can just find the picture that I'm looking up. I think it's going to be in visual development folder. Yes. Is it? Yeah. So this is an example of hyper stylized wings, and actually you can see the little patch of skin on the underside as well on this original character of mine. You can literally see shoulder, elbow, wrist, and hardly any detail, but it still reads as a wing. Because once you know what basic shapes you're working with, everything becomes a lot easier. So I'm just going to close this again. Now, under normal circumstances, the elbow would be about here. But what I want to do with this wing is I want to have it come in a little bit more, because I see that I did something stupid earlier. Hold on. There we go. That placement's a little bit better. Now you'll see the other thing that happened here is that I've actually got skin going quite a way down the back as well. And that's just to give the elbow something to anchor to. Now, a lot of the time, people will try to keep the skin only up to there. So they'll basically only allow enough place for the shoulder muscle. And not give this back tendon anything to work with. But this back tendon on birds is actually kind of important because that's kind of one of the things that helps them to actually pull their elbow in and break tension when they're flying. So I like to give at least a little bit of skin down the back just to give a little bit of hope to actually catch air. You'll also see that I'm not cutting a square angle here for the elbow to the wrist as well. And that's because there's also a tendon that stretches between the shoulder and the wrist also to help control airflow. It does bend and slack a bit as the wing folds. So as the wing folds, that tendon is going to slack a bit. So you are going to see a little bit of that bend in the leading edge. But then there's usually, on birds anyway, a stack of feathers between the shoulders that usually covers that up anyway. And that's the shoulder feathers. So yeah. What I'm not showing here is whether they are or are not going to be shoulder feathers. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to include shoulder feathers on this side. And actually a little bit of feathers in between. Just for the option. The client is more than welcome to decide, no, I do not like that, and say, no, take it away. I like the shape, not the in between the shoulders feathers. He's more than likely going to say that, but I'm giving him the option. Because this is a character designed for a client, and therefore having options is quite important. On this one, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to have the in between the shoulders. But I am going to have distinct shoulder feathers, or a distinct shoulder feather group. And then this last one, we're going to kind of ignore the rules a little bit, because just in case that is desired, to ignore anatomy to a degree. Where we're going to have basically thumb feathers, an elbow, a sort of ethereal non-connection, nope, that ain't it. Wait, wrong way around. Okay, there we go, there we go. Now here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make like so. And literally have a non-connection to the back. what I want to do is I want to take all of that and I just want to scale it down a little bit because I don't need it to take up that much space on this canvas. Okay. Now the next thing I want to look at is on here. I'm going to assume we have our hoodie up. Okay, duplicate, duplicate. Okay, grab those two. Realign, because otherwise I'm going to be annoyed. Okay, grab those three, pull them across. Okay. Now this, what I'm going to work on here, is this shape of opening that we will use so that the shirt and the jacket can actually give a wing space to go. So with these two, there is a belt that goes around the back, so let's use that as a foundation. Is that we are assuming that there is a belt that goes around the back. Of some description. Okay, so let's put a loop there. Sorry, I accidentally bumped the microphone with my head again. So we can either have a completely open back, we've also got an option that's on a raglan, so let's just keep that in mind. So let's assume the raglan. And let's assume cut, paste, merge. There we go. That all of a sudden gives the belt in the front some purpose. And also gives us an opportunity to have something interesting happening over here, maybe. Okay, then what's another option? And that's a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Have you played any sports in high school? And if so, which type? I was absolutely not a sports person in my school days. My school career was really weird, and I'm not going to go into detail on that, but let's just say I had a very non-standard schooling experience from formative years all the way through to leaving school. Entirely non-standard. I do not regret it by any margin. But I did not do any sports. There was a span of time where I was in a school where there were sports offered. But there, if you weren't in the first team, you were worth trash. So, yeah, me who'd never played the sport that the sports teacher, not coach, because there wasn't a coaching fiber in that person's being. Yeah, let's just say that if I was not worth any time for that person. And, yeah. Needless to say, I was kind of inert. What I did instead was I sang choir for a while. I sang choir for like 5 years. 5 years I sang in choirs that were non-related to school. That was nice. That was a good time. If I ignore the fact that I couldn't make friends for love nor money. But then again, at that time it was also while I was in school, and everyone there was cliquey with the people that they went to school with, so there was that little detail. But, not important really. Okay, now, number 3. If I'm assuming... wings. Let's see, what other options have we got? Because if you are someone who's got wings, trying to get your feathers through a hole in a jacket is a nightmare. Like, just straight up, it's a nightmare. It's gonna bend things, it's gonna pull things, it's gonna be an awkward and nightmarish mess. Or it's gonna be a tight squeeze that's like trying to fit your head through a too small hole. So anything where you can kind of put the item on around the wings without having to bend them in strange ways is going to be the best. Which probably means that if you're going to have something like this, there's probably going to be some sort of back closure here so that you can kind of pull it on over your shoulders and then just fasten down the back. Choir's cool. I did archery for a semester and I felt bad for my second brother's long-time ex-girlfriend who never really talks and would always pick me up and drop me at home. Oh my, that's complicated. But cool on that person for picking you up and dropping you off despite the complications. Like, really cool of her. Despite everything else. Yeah, archery is really, really cool. If I could do it, I would love to. There's just nowhere near me, sadly. Like, it is one of my top things that I would love to do. But there's just not an archery range nearby. Sadly. Now let me think. The next best bet would be this one wants something sort of like an epaulette. I'm just noticing that now. Okay, wing hole 3. Let's think. She would pick me up from archery before they broke up. Ah, I see. It makes it slightly less complicated. But yeah, that's cool. Now this is also still begging for something. Some sort of a split to make it easier to put on. Undo. So that's back wrap. Or the back fasten. Let's think. That's the wrap fasten, the back fasten, the wrap fasten. There's also the potential for over the shoulder fasten. How would that work on this? No? Would the over the shoulder fasten here? Would over the shoulder be more suitable for here? Yes, over the shoulder would be more suitable for up here. So let's put this one on the back fasten. For however long the jacket is. Okay, then over here, let's clear this. Oh, I was lucky. Okay. Okay, so here what we're looking at would probably be something coming out there. And then this one will be And wing shape 3. There we go. Okay, there's only like 2 or 3 things left to iterate before I can look at colors. But before that, I'm just going to be right back real quick. I will see you all momentarily. Okay, I'm back. Main. Okay, let's see. Have you slept yet? I've just seen that you did 2 lives 14 hours ago, 1 5-hour live, and a 6-hour live, and another 3-hour live, and another commission from 14 hours ago as well. Oh. That was me posting the archives from the 3-hour stream that broke, and publishing the one from last week Monday, which I somehow managed to skip hitting the go live button on YouTube. That's what happened earlier today, is I actually just hit the publish button on that on YouTube from those archives. But no, I did not stream at all over the weekend. So, no, I am due to go to bed once this stream is over. But I've still got a wee bit of time left in me. Never mind, just checked your live section on YouTube and it's completely different videos. Yeah. crouch. Let me not write like a drunken crab. Okay. Now, what's on this layer yet? Nothing. Okay, we're gonna call this one headwings. Okay. Okay. Duplicate. Dispatch. Over here. Okay, grab you, and you. Bump you across like that. Unclip. And like that, okay. This is gonna be beanie. Okay, so headwings we're going to have. Let's just see what are our references is. Boy. Okay. So we've got that shape. Then we've got I'm just looking at positioning and sizing here. Okay, that is not looking good. Let me just focus on positioning rather than posture, because posture can be changed. Positioning is another question altogether. Okay. And then there's the behind the ear. I'm very obviously not paying as much attention to anatomical detail on the head wings right this very second. Let me just take these and scale them down. Now the character is wearing a beanie under normal circumstances, so I'm just allowing accordingly. Okay. In terms of the placement of where everything lies, I'm just reassessing things. And that's a hydrate, so everyone. Acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. No, I'm going to pull it further down. Yike. Okay. Now I just want to check. How much slack? Okay. add another note. I'm going to combine a couple of options here. I'm going to combine a few things. So we've got the basic halo, or we can have a segmented halo. Or a multi-layered one. Give the options. Okay. Renaming my layers here. Okay, grab that. Okay. Cut. Paste. Cut. Paste. Cut. Paste. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. I should have enough space in here for the last piece, which ought to be the glasses. Okay, then over here we're going to do a symmetry ruler. Almost got it, almost got it. I wanted to still animate today, but I don't think I'm gonna get around to it. I'm definitely gonna need to rename this stream. Oopsie. But I did in the end up completely iterating this thing, which I did not expect to do today. Something like that. I've got a very specific shape reference that I'm working with it. But the frames are not actually set in terms of how much of the frame is actually closed. And to what width. Okay, I can actually collapse this a little bit, it looks like. Okay, cool, 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 cool. I can get rid of that. Okay. That is a lot of information. Now let me make sure that there's nothing else that's pertinent that I missed. Prior to color. Okay. Actually, a bunch of the coloring stuff is going to depend entirely on the cut now I look at it. Of how the clothing is put together, and seeing the haircut's not going to be really possible until we've got... Or seeing the haircut is not going to be possible in black, really. So maybe I should actually send these iterations through in sketch mode. And then only do color information once we've decided on what shapes we're going to use. I think that's maybe going to be the best bet in this particular case, because there's a lot of shape detail that as soon as we start throwing color at this thing, it's going to get lost. But I'm actually not entirely happy with this wing shape 2. I'm going to actually make this a seabird wing shape, because it's a little bit too similar to shape 3. Yeah, that's different enough. Now I'm just going to quickly add a note over here. No. Okay. Save button. So I've now got something that I can send to my client, basically. But first I'm just gonna quickly make a folder. Yeah. And do this. Just watermark the spit out of it. I'm not sure about other countries, but Canada puts a U in the word color, just where the United States is just color without it. Yeah. That's the difference between British and American spelling. The Americans started omitting the U from color and various other similar omissions in language as a result of newspaper printing costs way back in the day. So to get economical prints of their articles without being charged per letter that they placed, because that's how it was done with the early printers with typesetting and so on. That had to be done manually. You were charged per letter and per character in your article. So to make things cheaper, they just started omitting letters. But for the rest of us, we actually still spell the whole word. But okay, I am going to export this quickly. Iteration shapes. Work in progress 1. I'm going to call it work in progress 1.png. And I'm going to send it in full size because I'm scared of information being lost visually when I send this through if I don't have it in full size. It's huge. It's huge. But I think all of that size is going to be helpful when observing what's going on. Interesting fact, I didn't know that. Yeah. Fun little detail about life, the universe, and everything. Spelling differences, courtesy, economics. Started iterating. Yes, I'm just going to quickly write the message to the client. Started iterations on your character design. And included the points regarding my above query anyway. Please select the parts you like best out of the options here. You can mix and match to your content. Facial features can also be recombined, i.e. nose 1 plus eyes 3 plus chin 2, etc. Okay. Please let me know when you assume. No, I'm not going to say assume anything. I'm going to add. I'm going to add. More information. Grab that color. That will do. Nope. Undo move. Okay, come over here. And we're going to call this one 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2. Undo. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Has everything now got a number? Yes. File export again. PNG. Yes. Yes. Okay. Please let me know when you have made your selections so that I can combine them accordingly and move on to the next step. In the process. Okay, and there we go. That is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Attach file, and hopefully it's not going to be too big to send. If I am very, 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 very lucky, it's not going to be too big to send. Work in progress 1. Okay, looks like it'll work. Send. Opening new window, let's see. Okay, it opens huge. Okay, fantastic. opens huge. Good. There's going to be enough detail for him to see what's going on. No! Okay. So that was a lot of brain work today. I wanted to do animation too, but I don't think I'm going to get to there this day. At least not a lot. Let me do a little bit of animating. Let me do a little bit of animating while I've got it open. But I can close this now because I don't need this explanation scratch window. I've now sent iterations to clients, so I can close that. That is quite a lot that we got done today so far, honestly. I'm actually not going to close it. I'm going to just collapse it behind. I'm going to close the mood board because I don't need that anymore today. Hopefully, that's going to make sense for a client. I hope. I should probably also say, please also let me know if you see anything specifically missing, or if you would like additional structurally missing, or if you would like to add or omit any detail. I look forward to hearing back from you. Send. There. Done. Okay. Minimize. Go to the next thing. Okay, we continue with actual other work as well. Okie day. We've got to go to the animation inker. And open our animation timeline. Here we go. Time check. How long have we been streaming? 5 hours. Okay. Let me see. I want to on here. I'm going to rename top layer to jacket. And then I'm going to duplicate it, and I'm going to rename this one arms. Okay. And I'm going to start over here. Okay. Body base, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab you, copy, and paste. make that less. No, undo, undo, undo. I'm being stupid. I'm being stupid. Am I? Am I being stupid? Technically, yes, I am being stupid. Undo, 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 undo. Go back to body base, go to the line layer, because I can do it from here. Delete control point. Move control point. Get rid of that. Hide all of that. Hide the white base. There we go. Undo. Okay. That's that. Wait, is it supposed to be? Yeah. Okay. Move you. Oi. Wait, wait, wait. Okay. Okay. Now I'll hide the sketch. That is in fact the color of the coat, yes. Grab that. Oi. Nose gap. Undo. No area scaling. No area scaling. Area scaling is not allowed here. What just happened? Undo, undo. What just... Apply to connected pixels only. Okay. Grab that. Okay. Now here, gotta switch those on again. And I'm probably gonna need to hide that. Hide that. Connected pixels only, area scaling 1. So that should have gotten rid of everything. There we go, area scaling off. Okay, show that again. Okay, and back like so. There we go. Undo, 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 undo. Yeah, let's go. Inca. There we go. How goes the work, ma'am? It goes well, it goes well. I have gotten the iterations that I wanted for the character design commission down to the point where I could send those through for first selections. And now I'm just doing a little itty bitty bit of our animation work. So that hasn't been a non-zero progress today. Or so that it has been a non-zero progress today on that front. Because I'd wanted to get to this a little bit earlier, but apparently that just did not happen. So, whoopsie. Well, not apparently it didn't happen, it just straight up didn't happen. So now I'm just on catch up a little bit. Do you try to do some work on it in hopes that you feel motivated to get really into it? Well, I'm intending to end stream in not terribly long. But I want to at least do some work on this because I did actually say that today was going to be an animation stream. With a little bit of work on the other thing on the side, not the other way around. I thought I was going to have a little bit more mental block with the other thing than I actually ended up having, so... on one hand, whoops, on the other hand, yay! Sometimes plans don't go as planned? Yep, pretty much. At this point, one does not fight it, one just says, okay, we will make the deadlines work accordingly. At least it was something more creative and the creative block didn't hit. Yeah, no, it's... I am grateful that it wasn't like the creative block of all time. Because that would have been bad. What I will say is that I did not actually expect it to go that smoothly. Even with the huge conversation that happened right in the middle of it, it actually went really, really smoothly in terms of the shape process, decisions and such. Sounds like a real win then? Yeah. It helps when there's subject matter that is not tiring for me. I really like drawing wings. I really like coming up with ideas for wing closures for clothing that makes sense. I like drawing male characters. So all in all, it was a bunch of wins. I'm not complaining on any front there. That really does help quite a lot. So really, I am not complaining. Is this actually supposed to be 2 of the same frame? In terms of the pacing on that jacket? Yes, it is. Gasp. No. Okay. So body base. On number 15, copy. 16. Paste that body base. Get rid of the one below. I will take it. Although, I'm not going to get lucky with the rest of these because I actually want to in-between these. I want to in-between these on numbers 18. 20. 22. 18, 20, and 22 need to be in between. Okay, noted. Okay. Well, at least got one of those in place, yay. And I at least know now what my process is going to be for these. I don't need you, you, or you, or you, or you. Let me just hide the colors on that one for a second. Hide the colors here for a second. There we go. Onion skin away. I'm not happy with that, actually. That works. And move control points like that. There we go. Great. Delete control point. Nope. Okay, onion skin off. Okay, that works. Get rid of these. Get rid of that. I missed something here. placement, 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 placement. Sketch off, onion skin on. Hide those. Okay, grab the body base again, copy to number 15, paste, get rid of the bottom one. Okay, there we go. Onion skin off. Copy that. Okay, weird. And that's a hydrate, so everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. And let us take a sip. And that is the tail end of my water, so it's probably a sign that it, we should probably start thinking about wrapping this up for the day. Two cups of coffee and 700 milliliters of water later. Are there any weird gaps here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Grab that. Yeah, I'm going to pick this up again tomorrow. And tomorrow I promise I will actually animate more. Because I think that's probably what's gonna need to happen with most urgency, because I need to have this done before mid-June. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna come back to this tomorrow. I didn't get nothing done. Just didn't work on this thing. Oh, man. Well, one can only do so much in so many hours, right? One can only do so much in so many hours, and that was a lot of stuff anyway, so I need to remind myself to be gentle with myself. This was a lot of drawing, actually, so I need to remember. 5.5 hours of drawing later, you didn't do nothing. But thank you all so much for being with me while we went through this madness. I appreciate it a lot. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you learned a thing or three if you were sticking around. If you have been lurking, thank you so much for the lurks. If you are in the VOD squad, thank you so much for sitting through 5.5 hours of stream, because I know that is a lot. So I sincerely appreciate you spending your time with it, even if you were watching at ×2 speed, in which case my apologies for the rapid fire speech. Sincere apologies for the rapid fire speech. I know I speak like a machine gun even in normal time, so sorry about that. But yes, it was lovely having you all here. Have a good night. Thank you. I will see you all same time tomorrow. So 1900 hours UTC. I shall see you again for more work on this madness. I'm probably gonna cancel Epi Story. I'm thinking I gotta get further down the line here. I'm gonna cancel Epi Story, I think. And just work on the commissions. Deadlines first, and then playtime later. Deadlines first, playtime later. That's gonna be the vibe. Okay, so I'm gonna edit that on the schedule, and just give folk the heads up on social medias. But anyway, thank you also so much for joining. I really appreciate it. You could hear it's time to nap. Yes, I do my working day towards the end of the day. Because once again, all of this is my day job. If you like what you have seen and are interested in getting me to do stuff for you, then please consider checking out the link that you see my wing pointing at the top of the screen there. That's where you're going to find all of my commission information. Yeah, see if something tickles your fancy. If you are not seeing anything that is particularly floating your boat, or if it's outside of your means, any referrals are also greatly appreciated. And that aside, you will have noticed here, I'm just gonna put the wings away. You will see that I have a Ko-fi open for a replacement graphics tablet. I am busy saving up for replacement hardware because mine is some years old and scratched to pieces. And it's expensive to get a replacement that is equivalent of my current gear. It's actually... hardware alone is like 3 months of my total personal income, if I had to guesstimate. No, it's definitely more than 3 months of my total monthly income. So, if you have the means and are willing to help support in getting hardware so that I can continue doing my day job and stuff that looks cool, then that would also go sincerely appreciated. But once again, it is not obligatory. If you don't have the means to support, you don't have to feel like you have to. Okay, I'm not forcing you. Strongly encouraging, but not forcing. But thank you all so much for your time. I really, really appreciate it. Rest well when you get to it. If it is the start of your day now, I hope you have a fantastic Tuesday, and that it is a productive day and filled with a great many pleasant things. So be well out there. Stay safe. Hydrate. And I shall see you all on the morrow. Alrighty then. Until next time, folks. And cheery bye. Night night.